It's an honor for us as a presidency and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and other organizations leading this process within the framework of CRM. We are pleased to spend time with you. And in summary, we remember when we were planning all these activities, and time has gone so fast, and we've been able to materialize them and spend time with stakeholders from different countries that are working for the same objective, and we are generating better opportunities for our populations. A warm greetings to those online on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Department of Labor. Throughout the yesterday's session, we could put into context the migration trends, types of migration, causes, consequences, and the areas of improvement for our countries, starting from the fact that migration is a right, and we can implement the best policies. We saw the good experiences and good practices that each country of the region has in labor mobility matters, and this is a feedback for all actors, and uh, it allows us to advance as a region to migration, orderly, secure migration. We talked about labor mobility programs through the perspective of the employers' organizations, and this is somewhat an uncomfortable point, but we have to um, get in touch with the companies who give these opportunities, because this is a win-win relationship. We have a qualified labor force, and they need to cover the positions, and that the economic activities continue to develop normally. And the hiring processes have to be based on ethics, respect to human rights, and we have to see how these companies can embrace the human rights perspective. Likewise, we had the opportunity to see how to implement through bilateral agreements labor migration, the practical application in the countries, and this made us think and to go back to those moments when we as countries and institutions, we are on the negotiation table, and we see all the components and how the countries of origin see those conditions for migration, and that the conditions are fulfilled in terms of rights and welfare. So we had a very interesting session. We talked about the employers. We talked about the people who work in institutions, those who design those agreements in order to better manage migration. Now we initiate session two, experiences and lessons learned on labor mobility initiatives. Welcome. Thank you for your enthusiasm, for the time spent with us, and we hope you have a very good session. Thank you. Good morning. Now we are beginning day two. I am pleased to introduce this segment of day two. I will introduce my colleague, Fabio Jimenez. He is head of the Labor Mobility Office, and he will be speaking about a very interesting system called Steel Mobility Partnerships. So I give the floor to Fabio. Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you in this second session. Thank you to the pro tempore presidency for inviting me to this second session. And we will develop a topic, and I would like us to address it from an innovative perspective. This is a type of labor mobility that is starting emerging. There are some independent experiences in some countries, but in some parts of the world, it's advancing. And it would be interesting to share this model with you. Different conditions, and especially to have an open discussion so that we can see how possible it is to have a labor mobility based on the skills. Thank you for the invitation. This is my presentation. Please feel free, those online and those on the room, to participate during my presentation. If there is something that you think could be clarified, and please feel that this is a presentation that informs you about what is happening, but it's also an invitation. And we have to look at the possibility to move towards that direction. We will begin with Mr. Jose Miguel Macias. And I think this is a very good opportunity because you will have the possibility to incorporate this type of innovative approaches. And I will explain why these alliances are based on skills. What is an association of mobility based on skills? What are the basic elements that we should have to be considered as such? I would like to make a comparison respect to other labor mobility instruments. Yesterday, I listened to the presentation of some of the existing labor mobility programs, and they have important benefits. You will see throughout my presentation that there are some differences, and more than assessing what instrument is better than the other, I think we should think about them as complementing each other. And finally, I will share some experiences regarding Africa and Asia that could be the experiences in Latin America. Let's talk about why alliances of mobility based on skills started. First of all, due to the dynamic of the labor market, Ferrari said that it is worth to look at the public policy of migration, but also we need to listen to how interesting this is. There is a need to strengthen and we find similar experiences to these examples in countries such as Costa Rica, Panama, El Salvador, that basically the whole region is experiencing important changes in the way the labor market behaves. So on one hand, making evident a certain uh, skills that are missing, but also with the oversupply of certain people qualified in certain areas. So these skill-based labor mobility schemes, we need people with different levels of qualifications and in different economic sectors. I want to call your attention. We are not only talking about highly qualified people, they are people with middle level qualification and people in certain technical areas that are required in certain economic sectors such as construction, even agriculture, fishing, services, education, etc. So there is a real need that the markets are seeing throughout the world. Countries, high income countries, such as middle rent countries or high rent countries. And side by side with this trend from the market, we find a series of agreements that have an important commitment with moving towards development models that recognize labor mobility based on skills, objectives 4, 8, and 10 from the Agenda 2030 has to do with the education of people and with decent job opportunities. And this goes through the possibility that people have a regular training and redefining their skills based on the job opportunities and specifically the uh, compact on migration and the objectives 5, 18, and 23. They emphasize on the development of skills, the need for the countries to work together under international cooperation uh, programs for regular
el fortalecimiento de esas habilidades. Vean ustedes que de lo primero
labor
que estamos
migration
hablando aquí,
based
quisiera
on the
poner énfasis
strengthening of those
y ya quisiera
skills
marcar una diferencia respecto a
to note a difference between the
mucho énfasis en el tema de la formación, la educación, la capacitación para habilidades específicas.
education. Luis talked about the labor mobility program from Guatemala, and he explained that they are working with in CAP for English training, and this is a specific example of a good way to strengthen the skills of migrant workers. There are different capacities that could be strengthened, and this
Estamos conversando.
is the central point.
Disculpen que aquí la diapositiva está un poco cargada, pero lo que quiero es simplemente
that there's crowded, but I want to leave you with the idea that these trends are not only for a certain geographical area. These are global trends, demographic trends, economic trends, technological trends, and of course, trends in the way the companies do their work. We are talking about changing scenario, changing jobs, and different ways to perform jobs. So people are doing things on their own, we see that
la automatización
automation could replace an important number of workers, about 85 million job positions in the world. But at the same time, the new economy based on technology will create new job positions. And this says that we will not necessarily lose job opportunities, but we should invest in adapting the skills of people for these new jobs. For instance, McKinsey estimated that about 100 million workers would need to find a new occupation starting from 2030 in the post-COVID scenario because of the adjustments in the business models that would require different skills. And finally, this will not be a problem only for high income countries that reflect the scarcity of workforce in certain areas, but also in developing countries. For instance, it is estimated that there could be a scarcity of 45 million people with middle level qualifications. It could be the situation that you are experiencing in the countries of origin or transit, and knowing that there are people in this forum that work for the ministries of labor, you probably relate to this information. And responding to these global trends and those changes and dynamics that are demographic, economic, and the commitments established in the agreements, development agreements and frameworks globally. We have promoted in the last 5 years a way of mobility called Alliance for Mobility Based on Skills. What is this about? Let's remember the definition. When I say skills, we are talking about the different capacities that a person may have to conduct specific tasks of a job. These realities vary according to different specifications. There are interpersonal skills, technological skills, managerial skills, business skills, different types of skills. And what we see is that the markets are looking for people with a certain group of skills rather than a certain type of training. And we have to adjust our institutional frameworks in order to allow these people to go beyond their formal training. We talk about mobility based on skills. We are talking about allowing the cross-border movement of people with the goal that they can acquire these skills to improve their employability profile or to deploy those skills in the market. And this is another difference in respect to the other migration models that are more traditional, where perhaps there is one way direction. Here we want that the strengthening of the skills is both ways, that the person transfer the knowledge to the country of origin. What are the skills and what are the mobility associations? Basically, what we've been mapping, we've seen that there are different modalities of associations with different levels of development. Some are closer to the model that I am sharing with you. Others are still in a more incipient phase, but these are bilateral or multilateral agreements between states with the participation of different counterparts, public and private counterparts, where the development of skills is put at the center. Labor mobility is an important element, but the development of skills is the central element. That is to say, how to guarantee that people interested in these systems that they can improve their skills in the country of origin or in the destination country, but that there has to be an improvement in their skills. Something interesting in these models, they can be, we can target all people. Uh, It doesn't have to be only for people who are looking for jobs abroad, but people who would who want to stay in their countries can be a part of this migration should be a right and an alternative, not a need. And these are things that could help to improve the capacities of people.
Esos son los tres, digamos,
These are the three characteristics of this type of um, agreements, and they are centered in the development of skills. Some vocational institutions, they have a fundamental role, and
en algún
we
tipo
train all kinds of people, not only people who are interested in mobility. These are essential components that we have to determine, and this is part of the skill-based mobility.
entre los estados donde se
And this is in the states where these alliances are promoted, where we identify the roles and competencies of the institutions involved. And they participate, not only the governments, but institutions such as technical institutes or vocational training institutes, the employment sector, the private sector. And I am glad to hear that
perspectivas
you could learn about the priorities and benefits of the mobility programs from the perspective of the private sector, because they know firsthand the needs and what type of personnel they are requiring. There is the element that those trainings could take place in different ways. There could be internships, specific certifications in the language, management of equipment. This could happen in the country of origin or in the country of destination. We know that there are some attempts
caso de Alemania, que está desarrollando
in Germany. They are developing trainings for people who are nurses, and what they do is that they bring
hospitales Alemania para que trabajen en los países
professors from universities so that they work in the countries of origin, training the people who have an advanced profile, perhaps graduates, and then they improve their skills before their mobilization to the destination country. And this concept is central here. The cost of those trainings should be shared. It should not be assumed only by the country of origin, but it should be shared by the companies from the destination countries who are interested in the people. A central component in the alliances based on skills is the acknowledgement of this or recognition of these skills. It has to be done in the country of origin and also in the destination country. You have to recognize the qualifications and skills acquired in the training processes, because it is expected that after this person can improve their employability profile even in the country of origin. And finally, in the cases where this is possible, the migration or mobility to another country. There is an interesting case where that mobility it happens in a second moment, because in the first moment the person can start to work from the country of origin. And so you see that even the territorial or geographical dimension changes under these models. People doesn't necessarily have to get out of the country to work on this type of model. Under this type of model, is there any question, comment before we continue? Either online or in the room. Is there any comment or should I move on? This is the conceptual part of it, but now we will talk about two examples, and please help me determine which ones of the examples is closer to the mobility base of skills. I apologize because some of the slides have some English words, but in CRM, there are English speaking countries, so it's useful for them as well. This is a map of two things. On the one hand, what are the sectors who could be involved in this type of mobility model? But what are the key aspects, the central aspects? And this is an invitation for CRM, because they could be the base of an activity in the future under a different presidency, or even under the development of the labor mobility program that is going to be explained. These are things that could be discussed. In the country of origin, you have training institutions, the institutions that have to do with the recognition of the skills, those responsible to collect data on the labor market, the laborers organization or workers organization, civil society. When we talk about governments, it's important to make a difference between the national government, where the ministries of labor, economy, education could have an important role, the immigration institutions, but also the local governments may have an important role. So even the government stakeholders are more on the side of the countries of origin. We also have the participation of other organizations that are relevant. Diaspora organizations, they can promote migration with certain companies. They could promote a certain workforce for certain markets, and with employers of destination countries, educational institutions, recruitment agencies. These are fundamental. There are different issues that the different stakeholders should discuss within the framework of this system or model: employment, development, education, security, among others. It is an ecosystem that is at the center the issue of skills, the training, the development of skills, the capacity to know these capacities, the transfer of skills and recognition, and also the matching of the skills and how these skills respond to the needs of the employers.
Estos son los elementos básicos que nosotros hemos propuesto.
These are the basic elements that we have proposed in the document. This was a few years ago. We identified 8 basic elements to create an alliance based on skills. I will pause my presentation to check who of the participants that are in the chat or in the room has, in their country, they have enough elements that would allow this to happen. An alliance such as this one requires a planning process in the mid and long term. This is not an instrument of labor mobility that can be implemented quickly. It requires the cooperation of various sectors and plan how people are going to be trained and what are the skills for them to do. We have different stakeholders. These are both public and private. And the idea is to guarantee the consistency of policies such as technical labor migration and the general policy of the development of the country.
Ciertos sectores que podrían tener una movilidad.
Train people in certain sectors that will potentially move. Data is fundamental. We need to have information system of labor market which are strong, solid, efficient, and with the ability of providing information in real time. Something that we're discussing is how we can make the information systems used by different actors, public and private, can collect more information in real time or in techniques for projection, estimation, and potential requirements from labor markets. As you know, many of the decisions are based on census, and this is a look into the past, a retrospective one. We need more and more to see things in real time so that we can acknowledge the changes in the economic environment. The topic of data is fundamental. As I said, these alliances can be focused in a local level. They can foster specific development of an area as a productive sector or a logistics chain and create employment in that sector. The experiences that we find in literature that have been developed in different countries are not mass mobilization schemes. They are usually specific sectors. This needs to be considered after making a diagnosis in their countries, for example, where we find offer of labor that could be mobilized through this scheme could foster a value chain in a specific region. If we have experts in accounting, where can we mobilize people so that they can find jobs and they receive training? This is the type of logic that can be used with something like this. As I said before, a scheme should promote strengthening existing skills. Skill-based mobility entail a direct concern and the objective of not affecting the country of origin because there can be an effect
en el país de origen también existan una oferta importante de personas con las capacidades necesarias para atender esos sectores.
We apologize. The audio is breaking up.
Y que después haya una transferencia también de habilidades hacia el país.
The objective is that there is a transfer of knowledge later on, and that include
Y por último,
considerations in migration, mobility, and finally,
lo que requiere, los recursos que se requieren
the resources required to execute an alliance
debe incluir
for skill-based mobility must include the breakdown of cost and the distribution. This cannot be a responsibility of the country of origin only. This should be shared cost, all parties involved. These are the requirements that we have identified as essential elements
una alianza de movilidad basada en las habilidades.
for a skill-based alliance for mobility. I would like to know if in the room any of the participants believe that in their country, I will share the presentation again. We would like to know if they believe that in their countries they have enough conditions to use a scheme such as this one. I would like to know if someone would like to speak briefly about these conditions in your country, or which of these conditions should be strengthened in your country to move forward with a scheme like this one.
Gracias. Gracias, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio.
Hola.
¿Quién se anima?
Hola.
Gracias,
Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio. I would like to know if there are comments.
Don Jonathan, sería
Jonathan,
¿qué condiciones crees que ya
what are the conditions that already exist in Costa Rica to work on a methodology such as this one? First of all, greetings, Fabio. It's a pleasure. I don't know if we have the conditions or we should think about the minimum conditions that we should have in order to do effective coordination. Yesterday, we said that analyzing the proposals from each country and qualification framework include the different elements that may facilitate the incorporation of these people. This is what we need to work on. This must be a priority in order to have effective coordination. What are the agreements that we should have in place so that the qualification system in Costa Rica can be standardized with the one in Guatemala without changing the national framework? The idea is to find out what are the certification process, and based on this we can standardize in each country what would be the corresponding element in the other country. We need to think, well, to think that we are all going to have the same conditions or this scheme, but when we speak about these 8 points, we must find a way to see how can we find bilateral or multilateral that allow a person to move. And when they leave their country, they already know what they're going to face and what to expect in the country of origin. It's a very complex topic, really, and in this forum, and in the forum of this forced displacement, we also see this topic. I do believe that we should consider that. Thank you, Jonathan. I would like to add, yes, that is a key step, a suggestion, and this is why in some countries we see this. First of all, we need to work on a pilot plan to specify as a sector to to explore what you're proposing. Let's think. Recently, I read something in the newspaper in Costa Rica that said in Costa Rica there is a significant offer of people that have graduated in computer science, but there is a demand for specific specialties, certain specific areas. For example, is Costa Rica considered with Mexico, Guatemala, Mexico to see if in their market they have people available that have this specific training, like Jonathan said, maybe they could establish a scheme like this one and validate those specific occupations. Identify the possibility of standardizing. An experience that could be successful in one profession could bring in the future a broader discussion to standardize more qualifications among countries. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Fabio. We have another comment here in the room. Good morning. Thinking about pre-requirements and based on experience that we've had in defining qualification levels that had been in place in the region for the last 10 years by ILO. We started to work on a qualification framework that had levels from 1 to 5, and these had skills and sub-skills. With the support of the European Union, this project began, and the recipients were technical institutions in each country: INA, INATEC, INSAFOR, SENAE, ICANA, Infotep. I want to say that speaking about skills, certain actions were taken in previous years, which is why I believe that the idea of prerequisite, and well, the idea is good, a skill-based mobility. I would like to suggest that we could revisit the studies made by ILO with the support of the European Union in this matter, and try to have a regional framework, including Dominican Republic, so that we can look at the occupations that are in demand in the labor market, and also consider the agricultural sector. These require studies in what agriculture in specific crops means. Possibly these are not defined as such. Skills in harvesting different crops, for example, which is important. I believe that starting emphasizing what training institutions in the region have developed, I believe this would be a guideline or a line that we should follow to include the elements that you have presented. Thank you. Thank you, Noel. Correct? Thank you. I believe that this can be the right path to follow. My only suggestion is that the countries that are interested in could start with a specific productive sector without the objective of standardizing everything, with a local perspective, understanding a specific value chain where a skill-based mobility could be relevant. This would allow the country to see fast results and assess if this can be expanded to the region.
Our
Is there another comment? Yes, we have one more comment.
Muchas gracias, Cintia Loria de Fundación
Cynthia
ADVI.
Loria from
Quería
Fundación
para
ADVI.
sumar a las sugerencias y a los comentarios que ya se han
Adding
hecho,
to the comments and suggestions, I believe it's also important to analyze not only from the professional training institution, but what the productive sectors require, those that operate in the region. I offer an example of mills that are operating in Nicaragua, and they bring the staff or the personnel from Guatemala to work in Nicaragua. This would be interesting to study something like this because we analyze who is demanding the labor, and also we have welders that Panama requires for all the real estate development and infrastructure that they're working on in the Panama Canal. I think that part of this is based on the business sector demands. Many of us here have been working in the standardization for many years. And it seems something difficult to think that institutions will align in this sense, because each one has their own training systems and their own training systems that can be difficult to standardize in the countries. But if we do this based on what the productive sector is demanding, maybe the path together can be shorter. Thank you. That is the idea. Consider the demand of a specific productive sector. How can we create an alliance based on skills? And this is a very relevant study. So how can we speak to the actors and stakeholders of the system to agree and facilitate the mobility of these people with specific training? Thank you very much, and very good example. And I completely agree. Before trying to have a general standard, is better to start from something specific based on the demand.
Muchísimas gracias por el ejemplo. Voy a compartir de nuevo, porque ahora sobre todo quisiera hablarles de algunos ejemplos, a no ser que creo que ya no hay comentarios, ¿verdad?
Fabio,
Adelante, Renan.
perdón que lo interrumpa, Fabio. Tuvimos un fallo eléctrico acá en el salón,
Muy bien,
así que si nos da un par de minutos o un
por
minuto.
supuesto, por supuesto.
We need a few minutes.
No, ya está entrando la energía adicional
Me parece muy
de
bien.
emergencia. Creo que ya podemos... No, denme un segundo.
Claro que sí, yo espero por acá. Ustedes sí me escuchan, ¿verdad?
Sí lo podemos escuchar, lo único que no tenemos en pantalla es la presentación.
Claro, claro. No, pero quisiera seguir construyendo sobre ese caso que planteaba doña Cintia, pero también incluso volver al tema que planteaba
I would like to speak about the case that Cynthia mentioned, and also what Noel said about the agricultural sector. I believe that that is an area in which our countries could really share experience and exchange knowledge and facilitate the mobility of people in these areas, especially the sectors that are linked with export
capacidades técnicas específicas o, por ejemplo,
that require specific technical skills. And also I think about sectors, coffee, Guatemala, Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, the fourth coffee producer worldwide. Can you imagine an alliance of a skill-based mobility scheme for the coffee sector? We have ICAFE and important associations across the region and several institutions that could facilitate the coordination of a mobility scheme for people specifically that has a training and skills and they can be trained in both countries. So that can later facilitate these knowledge transferred to their countries of origin. This sector approach could be beneficial. Renan, let me know when we can see the presentation. Hold on a minute, please. Fabio, we can see you now. Do you want to share your screen?
Fabio, ¿me escucha? Ya puede
Sí,
continuar. Gracias,
ahora sí.
Fabio. Ya puede continuar.
Súper, muchas gracias, Renan. Bueno, veamos entonces
Now let's look at the requirements that could be taken into consideration to create a skill-based mobility alliance.
Habría que afinar muy bien el abordaje.
As the colleagues in the room, we would have to fine tune this in order to establish an alliance such as this one. I will briefly compare you spoke about bilateral agreements yesterday, which are very important instruments. As a matter of fact, in the presentation yesterday on the global guidance, some specific elements are including some elements of this conversation. In this guidance, you will be able to find specific indicators in recognizing qualification, recognition of education, services to facilitate skill matching,
demanda de los sectores productivos y por supuesto el tema del desarrollo de habilidades,
and of course skill development opportunity of professional and continuous learning. See how this complements
los acuerdos bilaterales de migración laboral.
the bilateral agreements for labor migration. These agreements could include some topics.
Sin embargo, sí hay algunas diferencias.
However, there are some differences. First of all,
Más tradicionales,
some traditional labor migration instruments are different from these schemes because they have at the core the skill transfer and training. Also, public and private actors participate, even though in these bilateral agreements, they traditionally are centered in the government. And that the benefit is for different types of occupation and for different levels of training. If you remember the study of Mesoamerica, showed that many of labor migration exists in the region favored the mobility of people in the agricultural sector, which is good. But there are other stakeholders in the economy that could benefit from the mobility of people with different levels of education. Additional to allowing the general mobility of people in a specific economic sector, the idea would be to have a local and sector approach that you could use to facilitate mobility of people coming from certain regions of your country to other areas. There are some experiences that we have been supporting in different parts of the world. For example, here we have some examples in Africa, such as the program called MATCH or Promise in Belgium and Tunisia. Match and Promise are the programs that we can look into. I will speak about Thailand. This is a program that benefits migrants from Laos, Cambodia, that work in Thailand. Approximately, these are 3 million people, that's the estimate. And what this program looking for with Swiss cooperation is to improve the employability of these people, improving their skills, and also increase the level of integration to the labor market when they go back to their countries. This is the operation area of the program. Is 4 years, and the financing is over $4 million and benefit migrant population in these 3 countries that work in Thailand. That benefit not only migrants. I apologize, the information is only in English. This also benefits employers and governments. How?
de
For
capacidades
example,
de estas personas trabajadoras
improving
para
enhancing these skills
y
that they
también
have in
sobre
order
todo
to improve their labor profile and access to information about regular migration methods. And this is done together with employers and with the government, training both public and private institutions in things such as ethical recruitment. There is an important presence of work here. We link the topics of skills protection and labor mobility as a comprehensive approach. This is why the IOM program using specific instruments, for example, migrant resource centers and NGOs that support the work done in capacity building. Different organizations from civil society and education institutions enable the improvement of their skills. In this program, the alliance is with Employers Association, with recruitment agency, governments, and with migrants themselves in order to improve their working profile. This is a case in Asia where this is a skill-based scheme, but this is another example, Match. This is an example developed in Europe, specifically in Belgium, Luxembourg, and Italy, and others, where there was an agreement was established, and the funding is from the European Union. An agreement was established with 2 African countries, Senegal and Nigeria, that they have a more supply of people working in IT, and the idea was to facilitate the incorporation of these people. And these people were hired by people in Luxembourg, Belgium, Italy, or Holland. I will share with you a very quick video, and I would like to make sure that I am sharing the audio so that you can briefly hear. This video is in English, it's just a minute and a half, and then I will speak about it.
Highly skilled talent is feeling present. Está buscando talento para expandir su negocio. Está consciente de la cantidad inmensa de talento.
Millions of technical professionals. Senegal and Nigeria have emerged as international economic players with thriving tech hubs, hosting hundreds of innovative startups. These countries offer large talent pools ready to apply their expertise. Whether you're looking for engineers, software developers, financial experts, logisticians, or other technical profiles, Senegalese and Nigerian talent pools can be an innovative solution to some of your current labor shortages. Join hundreds of international companies who are expanding their search abroad. Join Match.
Through Match, we source and pre-select talented professionals based on your company's specific recruitment needs, helping you find the perfect candidate for your company. We also ensure that your company and the candidates are prepared for a smooth onboarding. On-call support is provided to companies and to candidates during work placements. Call us now to discuss your company's needs and how Match can help you address your current labor shortages.
Vean, quería compartir con ustedes este ejemplo porque vean qué interesante.
I wanted to share with you an example because you can see, as the program coordinator mentions, they work directly with companies. As Cynthia said, it's key to identify the needs of a specific productive sector and work with them. What the program does is, in the case of Senegal and Kenyan migrant workers, in the specific area of IT, they help them to get employed and to support them during the entire process. You can see the 8 stages where IOM supports the process. We begin with analysis of the needs that the productive sector needs, what kind of skills do they need. We identify potential beneficiaries of the program. We do a pre-selection of candidates that could fulfill the requirements. The company or the companies participating in the program, they make the final selection. This is not done by IOM. We support the process of placement and stay in the destination country, but, and this is an interesting difference that I would like to put in your mind, is even if the person is selected by a company in the destination countries, they don't necessarily need to go to the country. They can start to work from Senegal or Nigeria, while the migration aspects are resolved, visas, work permit, etc. And this is something worth to think about for our region. That obviously we are speaking about services that do not require physical presence and that they can take place remotely. We collaborate with the migration process, the visas, work permits, etc. And the placement of these people in the destination country, there is a training component that accompanies the beneficiaries. including links with the diaspora. This is interesting because we make sure that there is a quick integration process in the destination country. And when the person finalizes the employment phase, there is support so that they can reintegrate to Senegal and Nigeria adequately. These are two specific examples, one in Asia, one in Africa, with differences and similarities that I wanted to share with you, thinking about these schemes that could be an instrument, one of the instruments to consider within the CRN mobility program, especially to allow the mobility to those technical professional sectors that unfortunately we know that in our countries they are not getting incorporated in the labor market in the amount and the speed that we wish. I want to talk about why this is important, why these labor mobility modalities can benefit all the stakeholders. The state, the government, they facilitate the correspondence between the supply and demand in the key economic sectors to contribute to economic growth and to enable regular legal immigration paths. There are some places where they require specific skills and the transfer of skills in the different sectors. So this is for the employers and the migrants. It helps to the development of skills to work in another country and even their country origin. And the guarantees that the mobility can be done in a planned, safe, and orderly manner. I hope that this presentation gives you some ideas to discuss. I am sorry, the audio is gone. Se fue el audio. ¿Le pueden avisar que se fue el audio?
Muchísimas gracias por la atención y estoy
Thank
abierto.
you for your attention and I am open for questions.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Fabio.
¿Me puedes escuchar?
Can you hear me?
Súper.
Yes.
Ok, no sé si alguno de nuestros participantes tendría
Um,
alguna pregunta.
our
para
participants, do you have
Fabio
questions
sobre este
for
esquema tan
Fabio
interesante.
about this
Adelante.
interesting model?
Gracias, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio.
A mí la duda que me surge y creo que también a mi
The
colega
question I have,
mucho gusto, disculpa,
I'm from
es
Panama,
cuáles han sido los
is
desafíos
what are the challenges or common barriers that you found
de negociar estos
when
tipos
negotiating these skills agreements
de los empleadores
for the employers, unions, or the states itself? From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Panama. We've seen, according to the maps that we've created, there are different obstacles. One is the real possibility that the companies within the same value chain are interested in the mobility of people and the number of people they might need. There are other instruments that could allow the mobility of
Aquí estamos frente a un esquema.
people. It is a model that could move lower number of people, but an important challenge is to negotiate and find a group of companies that could facilitate mobility. And another thing is the skills and abilities. We want to improve the skills of these people through language courses, technical skills, trainings, but the recognition of these skills is not necessarily that simple. Part of the challenge that we have from the perspective of the migration systems, we have to be more responsive to the changes in the labor market. When we listen to the employers and their needs and what they are doing for employment, and the recruitment methods that they have right now, they do not correspond to the institutional and legal frameworks that we have to regulate the labor market in our countries. So there is some kind of mismatch in this case, and I think that we have work to do so that the migration systems are more responsive. I'm going to give you an example. Different countries present here, they approved legislation in terms of digital nomads so that they come to our country during the pandemic. That the measure was very positive and effective at the beginning. There have been difficulties for these people to get installed in these countries due to different reasons. There is an issue with connectivity, portability of certain rights, social protections. This is a central issue. So, with these challenges, what we think is that if it's based on the promotion and development of skills, there is a higher probability that it will have an impact, a direct impact in the origin and destination countries than with other more traditional mechanisms. So the challenges are to find a group of companies interested in establishing a system or a model
que se comprometa, perdón,
and that they commit
capacitación y el entrenamiento a estas personas.
to the training of these people,
Garantizar, por ejemplo, esquemas de
guarantee social protection systems and recognition of competencies once these people go back to their countries of origin. Thank you, Fabio. There is a question here. It's to try to innovate and that these challenges can affect a little less. Thank you for the presentation, Maria Salgado. My question is about xenophobia. How do you fight this when they receive the population to incorporate these people to the market, and what is the rate of people who abandon the job? I don't have information about people who abandon their positions. I don't think.
Pero lo que sí te puedo comentar es que por lo menos el programa Promise y otros programas
and other programs
lo que
such as Match possible experiences of discrimination, xenophobia, facilitating a series of courses so that the entry to the new country is as easy as possible, and link with the diaspora to guarantee a network of support to the workers when they reach the destination countries and that they don't face any problem. Unfortunately, this doesn't guarantee that this doesn't happen, but if we trust that since it's a center in the development of skill, that people could have more capacity to identify situations of discrimination and to identify the places to report it. Unfortunately, in more traditional models of migration where people with low qualifications are involved, they don't have the capacity to identify or report these situations. But in principle, the diaspora is a key
para que estas personas puedan responder a esta situación.
so that these people can respond to the situations.
Nada más de que nos escuchas.
Exactamente.
No sé si habría alguna otra pregunta.
Is there any other question?
Perfecto. Bueno, entonces te agradecemos muchísimo, Fabio.
Thank you so much, Fabio. And we will take a 5 minutes break and then we will come back to the next segment. Thank you.
Chao, gracias.
Good morning. We will begin.
Perfecto. Bueno, les cuento que este segundo segmento
This second segment is particularly important, not only for us in IOM and ILO, but also for the presidency within the framework of the Regional Conference on Migration. This next segment, Jose Miguel Macias, the consultant that we've met these days. He will present the labor mobility plan, how it's going to be created, and in this segment he will have some activities to establish the foundations of this mobility plan. I will explain. Last year in the consultation regional group on migration GRCM, where your countries were present, one of the conclusions and recommendations was to continue to prepare this mobility plan. And this is within the framework of the strategic plan of CRM and the creation of the group that has brought us here, the labor migration group. And within the framework of this group, and because labor migration is really regional dynamics that require a regional and commitment and effort, we wanted to establish this plan with the present presidency. I give the floor to Ana Maria from ILO for any additional information. Thank you. The opportunity of this plan for the region and this approach that we want to articulate, it will be strategically integrated to other groups, working groups. We will not start with activities and processes. There is activities in the different countries about these topics, but we want to put everything together on a strategic manner and to take advantage of all the things that we see, the challenges that we have and the opportunity that we have in the region. From IOM and ILO, we are in the best mood to do this. And we give the floor to Jose Miguel. Welcome, and he will coordinate closely with you in the creation of this plan. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased with the trust you've given me for the creation of this plan. I will not prepare the plan. My role is to support you so that we can create a coordinated and relevant plan for the region. And in that sense, the challenge is interesting because throughout the region, we see situations, disparity regarding migration and how planned and structured is the migration. Just to give a brief idea, raise your hand, those representatives of countries who have a labor migration plan. 2,
Tres, cuatro. Ok,
3, 4.
entonces,
Okay,
cinco.
5.
Ok, entonces esto es positivo, pero al
So
mismo tiempo
this is
desafiante,
positive
porque
but
hay muchas
challenging
realidades,
at the same time
muchas,
because there are
muchas
realities,
líneas a nivel país, y tenemos que de
many
algún modo hacer una
lines in
conjunción de
different
los
countries, and we have to put
marcar
it
ciertos
in
indicadores
common.
que puedan ser
We
útiles
have to
para la
mark
adopción de
some
las
guidelines that
planes
could be
nacionales
useful
para
for
adopción de
your
estas
national
políticas.
plans.
Entonces, un poco
So
el propósito de
the
esta breve
purpose of this
participación es llevarlos por el proceso de cómo es que vamos a
session is
construir el plan,
to let you
comentarles cuáles son los pasos y las dinámicas
plan.
que vamos a seguir en los
I want to
próximos
tell you about the
y tener
steps
un
and
breve
the
acercamiento
activities that we will have
de
and
cómo es que
to
vamos a analizar esta
speak
problemática.
about
Esto lo vamos a
how
hacer de
to
manera
analyze
dinámica, lo
this
vamos a hacer
problem, and we will do it in a dynamic manner. We will work as teams. We will see it later on, and
no, si le pueden dar al siguiente porque no avanza. Ya. Ok. Un poco contarles cómo vamos
I
a
want to
empezar.
tell you about how to start the process. The first stage will be diagnosis. We started yesterday. If you recall, some of you filled out a survey where we asked what are the main problems and lessons that you have. And this is the base so that we can consolidate and we say, what do we think in the region about these projects? What things are common, what are not common, and what are the foundations that we need to build, and what are the lessons learned, and the things that we have to replicate, and the things that were not good. And we will identify some key stakeholders that could help us to make the process more robust. The survey was like the first phase for today's process. We will see the survey, but with a brief introduction so that you can share it with the stakeholders relevant in your countries, like migration institutes or countries that the Ministry of Labor is not present, NGOs, groups of employers, people who could be key regarding these problems. What this will allow us is to have a structure of the topics. We will decorate it and we will understand the problems of the region in detail, and this will identify the gaps of information. Yesterday, we found different comments about gender, but we have very little information on gender, so this will force us to do more field research and interviews with stakeholders that you deem important, specialized gender groups, etc. And finally, once we complete all this process and that we have a general definition of the priorities and problems, we will share the last exercise. We called it survey, but it's just a virtual exercise. It's like a game that you will have to play, and it will help us to prioritize on the areas that we consider more relevant for our country. And at the regional level, we will see what are the actions. When we talk about the migration, we talk about labor markets, human rights, routes, efficiency in the markets. And when we are in these kinds of forums, everything is important and relevant. But when we analyze it, there are things that seem very relevant, that they are not on the mind of everyone. And we are not seeking to have an exhaustive plan, a very robust document in terms of volume, but these should be activities that can help us and that are very relevant for the different stakeholders. And this is going to be done through this exercise. And finally, the construction. Once we have these topics defined, we will have our work groups or roundtables with the participants on specific subjects. The methodology will be discussed later on, but perhaps we can consider the issue of gender. We can have a topic of or in a topic in a working group of skills, etc. And that table or team through participatory exercises will define the activities of the plan. And while designing the plan, this will go to evaluation in plenary. This process will last from now to the end of August. And it's quite an aggressive agenda, but doable. It depends on our level of participation, that we can coordinate our agendas, and I take this opportunity to ask for your cooperation. We will contact you in the coming weeks for interviews, for your active participation in these working groups, and that you include the relevant stakeholders, and this will accelerate the process, and this will make the exercise more robust. Any questions about this process? No? Okay. So we go to the next slide. One of the things that we ask is, what are the issues that you have in your country in terms of migration? Some people focus on the problems and others in the causes of the problems. We will focus on the problems, the issues. But I didn't want to waste the opportunity to show those that consistently appeared as answers. These were the causes that could detonate migration: insecurity, low salaries, violence, lack of opportunities, health of the worker or the family member, climate change, and unemployment, poverty. So I wanted to show this slide just to let you know that there was a consistency about this.
Bueno, ahí se ve un poco pequeñito, pero todos los comentarios que ustedes
that you wrote in the presentation how classified with these 6 big pillars for access. The first one is development of institutional capacities, technological gaps that we may have. We might need to digitalize the migration processes, low inspection capacity that we have with migrants abroad, a little knowledge about how to design public policies, improvements in processes at the borders, and limited information about labor migration statistics and programs. Perhaps you don't find exactly what you said, but we have tried to consolidate the inputs. We see that this is perhaps the topic that has more terms. Secondly, the homologation and development of competencies. What we find here, lack of certification of professional certificates, little anticipation to the demand of skills from market, homologation of professional potential, and a little domain of languages. This is consistent with what we've seen in the last days. Third, social protection. He talked about pension regimes, social protection for the families of migrant workers, and non-portability of social security. This is something very interesting. Migration governance had difficulties with cooperation, interinstitutional and interstate coordination. This is interesting. Lack of dialogue, scarce generation of policies regarding labor migration. And we also talk about irregular labor migration, which is the most difficult to name because we discussed about responding to irregular migration that is already there. Perhaps for the next plan of 4 or 5 years, once we develop the topic 1, 2, 3, 4, irregular migration should be less of a problem. But right now, there is a high incidence of irregular labor migration, non-compliance with human rights by some employers, and the need to execute regularization and return programs in the countries who have high rates of reception of irregular migration. And the last one that I want to point out as a ruling principle is gender. And then we talk about equality in the participation of women, more vulnerability of women, and segregation of occupations by gender. The jobs that are part of migration programs, they are jobs traditionally occupied by men, and there is a gap in terms of gender that we need to address. And I want to open the space for comments to see if you feel that this reflects what you wrote in the surveys, or if you didn't have time to participate. Is there anything there that you think we should include? Perhaps in yesterday's process, you might think that it's worth to add. I forgot to fill out the survey. We include what we have been mentioning since day one, gender gaps. I don't remember the data presented, but the number of visas, there are more men, and this is due to the demand of job. We don't have specific labor mechanisms for nurses, for instance. So this is a question that I ask you. Should we think about a specific subject or access? Yes, this is the access or pillar gender, but we have to look at it in a cross-cutting manner. There is another question here.
tenés ejes transversales, perdón si no los vi, y creo por no repetir, porque de
I
repente
don't want to repeat
sí
again,
realmente es
but
temáticos, pero
if you
cruzan
have
transversales, o sea, como tenerlos desde el
topics,
inicio
but there are
y no
cross-cutting
repitiendo.
subjects, and we have to look at them from the beginning so that we
Pienso, por ejemplo, en la
repeat them. Because,
cooperación
for
regional,
example, in regional
pero
cooperation,
siempre que lo pensás podría ser
you think
transversal.
about it, and this could be a
Y la
cross-cutting
importancia de la comunicación
axis, the importance of communication in these processes,
y que nos ayuda a darle
and
acceso a
that
esta
help us
información
give
más
information
oportuna,
to
que nos ayuda
people,
a prevenir
accurate,
fraude,
timely information that
que
help us to
finalmente
prevent fraud.
es como el ADN también de los
That
procesos de
finally is like the
reclutamiento,
DNA of
de
the
outreach,
recruitment processes, outreach
me parece que
processes.
quizás para
So in order to
veamos ejes temáticos,
avoid that when we
ejes transversales,
look at
tenerlos desde el inicio.
topics, we have to have cross-cutting pillars. We have ruling principles that we have to define, and it's interesting to put them on the table from the beginning. Ruling principles will be adapted, since this is the philosophical part of the plan. It adapts. It is adapted in the interviews with the stakeholders, but definitely I think it's an interesting exercise. We can share the written principles that can help us to build it, and then we will include their communication, inclusion, cooperation, etc. There is another question there.
Bueno, a mí solo me gustaría el primer eje.
In the first axis, it is development of institutional capacities. Some capacities, we already have them. We could talk about strengthening and about the job of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, indicate capacity to inspect workers. I would add to that and talk about consular assistance. We don't do inspections. If we were destination countries, we would do it, but our job is consular assistance. Okay, thank you.
Y justamente en esta misma línea,
In that same line,
de la cooperación
we have to think about assistance and cooperation of the two countries, because if we don't do inspections, we've learned about processes like in Mexico. It is important that our consulates are connected with the Labor Department of the US. Is vital so that the processes are properly done and the assistance comes at the right time, and that the workers find the mechanisms. If I am in a foreign country, I don't know institutions, I don't know how to approach. The principle of cooperation should be there from the beginning and should go across the entire strategy.
As you already said this, and probably better than I would have, the idea is to strengthen the consulate network. It's not a competition, but the coordination can be achieved very well. As a matter of fact, there's an interest in that cooperation. The flow of information, well, that doesn't happen necessarily, so that they have information numbers, who is there, but I was going to highlight the part on governance, as you said, that we do have, there's a lack of information and a lack of public policy. I read it and it sounds like something very general or broad. It's true that there's a lack of, in terms of hiring. Some of our countries, we do not have the necessary standards in place for labor migration and for recruitment. There is one article or so. On the other hand, how can we achieve that these are not programs anymore? This should be part of the usual dynamic of the environment. We spoke about the Mexican experience. Those of us that we were talking, we believed that that was the way it started and then became part of the institution, which is very different to have a public policy. The idea is to internalize the dynamic and make it part of the institutions. As a matter of fact, it's important that you consider this not as a plan. This is the foundation of a plan. As a matter of fact, it's very likely, almost sure, that this information will not be part of the plan itself. These are issues that we need to turn into solutions. The plan will have the solutions, which is what we're going to build together in a few months. If we see that there is an issue in the policies, we will not draft it or word it that way. What we need to think about is what are the actions that make sense in the region so that these issues are solved. It is possible that there's that we have more than one solution for each issue, or one solution can help me with 2 or 3 issues. And this is the process that we will go through in the next few months. And definitely, I believe it's something we need to take into account. 2 additional observations. In pillar number 2, when we speak about standardization, and we talked about this in the previous presentation, an important suggestion is to speak about recognition and not really standardization, because for Professional Training Institute, the word means something different. There are programs that they have been trying to standardize technical careers in the region, and it hasn't been possible and probably won't be possible, but we need to recognize them. And it's like when you study in another country and then you live in a different country. How can we make this feasible, the recognition of what you've studied? And this needs the contribution of a private sector in accepting that type of training in their workers. And to add, in pillar number 4, I think that it is important to highlight the role of private sector in labor migration, not only as we see it in number 5, which is from the non-compliance point of view, but instead how the private sector can help us define the labor demand in the region. They create jobs, so we need to speak to them. As a matter of fact, this is part of the 3-party national dialogue. There are several comments about it. We need to work more with the private sector. We need to work more with worker groups, and this is what we try to summarize here in the 3-party dialogue. But we need to emphasize on the need to estimate demand and anticipate to this from the qualitative standpoint, skills and competencies that we can work on for future plans. I have an additional comment, and I don't know if this is part of labor migration governance. When we speak about circular migration, I speak about the Ministry of Labor, Agriculture, Foreign Affairs, and Health. Moving from a program of entering resident and return to something that formalizes the process. When we were able to achieve this, we had two things. One, that the employment sector was part of this process and they validated the mechanism. Now, we need that this labor migration governance happens in the other country, that the process done in Costa Rica is disseminated in Nicaragua and Panama. Now the decree that establishes that any country that does not have a land border shared with Costa Rica is able to prepare an agreement for a circular migration. Beyond all these weaknesses, we need to communicate this in the country of origin so that they understand what are the mechanisms in place in the country. We have this with Nicaragua. Every year we sign an agreement with them. What we had was a program and now is a decree and is a migration category. This is in the agriculture sector, but it can also be done in construction, domestic work, bus drivers, transportation drivers. I believe that this goes beyond the interinstitutional topic in a country. The governance should go beyond borders and establish communication mechanisms with the countries that we are working with, so that these countries also disseminate this information so people understand that if they go through this mechanism, they will have a guarantee of their labor rights. I believe the example is very good because it allows us to see the different pillars working together. We have migration governance, where we have interagency constitution and among states, but we also have the skills because communication is a institution capacity that must be in place in both countries, country of origin and country of destination. It also allows us to see irregular labor migration, and all these topics are linked. Without preparing a wish list to Santa Claus, as I hear Cynthia and also our colleague from Costa Rica, I believe that the area of education at a country level, it is usually the situation that the private sector that creates employment works at an accelerated pace. Automation will displace 85 million, was that right? And then we have new jobs, 90 million new jobs, but the same people that were displaced were not those that are unemployed are not the ones that will be employed in new opportunities, the new employment opportunities. We need to prepare them with these skills. The education system is moving at a very slow pace compared with the demand from the labor market, and the private sector must train their own staff, and this is at a higher cost. It happens here in El Salvador with a technological factory. They have to hire a university part-time in order to have the staff that they need. We need to bring them in. It's too specific, but we are not able to supply for the demand. I believe that it's important that we speak about this. And I would like to mention a caveat. You're right. This is a wish list. This is a product that you will create for yourself, considering the institutional capacity that this forum has. Of course, we know that there are things that may be proposed, but it's not something that we will achieve, like changes in legislation that require reforms that have to pass through a Congress. It is possible, but not feasible to put this into a plan, believing it will happen. But things like what you're saying, let's think about the trends in education. That can be part of a plan because it's part of what this forum can do. The objective of this exercise was that show what are we going to do with this information. And this is a small amount of information. 17 people that answered the survey. Can you imagine the exercise when this is shared with everyone that is working on migration processes? We will have a wealth of information that will be valuable, and the idea is to build from that. We will have time to review in detail one of these things, so I'm going to continue. There are some things, however, that I would like to bring to the table. Aligned with the comment that you just mentioned, many things that were mentioned said this is what's happening now and we need to solve it, but we still need to think on what will happen in 5 or 10 years, because maybe when we execute this plan, we will have another issue that we can't solve. Next slide, please. One more. I added here some trends, and some are the same ones that Fabio mentioned. This is just to keep them in mind. And I emphasize that the objective of this session is try to see what's coming in the next few months. We need to think about trends. Yesterday, Randall spoke about this, but the European Commission adopted a new proposed guideline on due diligence for companies in terms of sustainability. So they need to prevent and remediate the abuse against the human rights. What is the impact of this? Well, all products created for customers or companies from the European Union must have a due diligence where they comply with all human and respect all human rights. Otherwise, they will not be able to make business with the European Union. This means crops such as banana, that is so important for the region, that couldn't be exported, or coffee, or activities such as tourism. This is something that we must keep in mind. This is in the process of being implemented in these next years. So we need to consider what we do about this. Next one. There is an increase in longevity. Many countries in North America and Europe are investing, and this means more participation of women in the labor market, and this has an impact in the increase of job demand in the economy of care. We spoke about nurses, for example. What happens with the nurse? Traditionally, this is very structured, but now I'd like to mention one topic. Which of our countries has standards for people that care for elderly? Which of our countries have labor standards for those that take care of the elderly, or those caretakers for people with disabilities? That is a relevant topic because there is a demand and will be needed. So nurses are in demand because it's the most professional one, but it's something that we can work on to anticipate to needs, create these standards for work standards, competencies, work on languages, because these processes can take a couple of years to be implemented. So what we do today will be useful for the programs in 2 or 3 years. Next one. I also, Claudio mentioned telework and gig economies have increased had created an increase in other type of labor migrants. These are global nomads. These could have an impact in the economy, and they could have in social development. We've seen where we have more people that are global nomads that work in development or software development. Local people start to learn these skills and the market starts to change. Climate change, many of our countries are starting to experiment areas that were very good for agricultural production, and they are not producing anymore, and they are not profitable. And many of you mentioned this in the survey, displacement of people that must migrate due to the need, because the economic activity that they used to do, it's not there anymore, because there are no fishes anymore, or they cannot plant where in the land that they used to, and they need to be prepared. And one final one, which is something that brings together the topic of skills, but there is one that I would like to highlight because is a trend in recipient countries in Europe, United States. Sustainable production models like sustainable manufacturing, vertical agriculture. For this, they need a number of skills that can be developed in our countries at a low cost, but we need to do this. The people that install solar panel technicians on electric urban mobility, technicians in nitrogen. They sound sophisticated, but when we start to think about what this implies, they're not as complex as we believe them to be. So it's easy for us to start working with that, to have available workforce for future needs. Sometimes we think and say this is a demand. Well, the regulations of California are demanding that all new constructions must be certified as sustainable. So there will be a demand for people who install solar panels. And it's great to have these programs, but honestly, our countries will be benefited by having people that install these solar panels, even if they do not migrate. It's an interesting market as well. Our countries can benefit from having technicians on steel framing that are more sustainable and have a lower cost, and they use or need less amount of water. These are interesting, and please take this with you so that when we are back in the working groups, we may ask ourselves, what are the issues that I have to solve right now, and what are the issues for the future, and how can I anticipate solutions for that? What lessons learned, what worked and what didn't. The ethical recruitment programs, treaties and international agreements, temporary work, family protection, fraud prevention, open dialogue, interagency coordination, digitalization of procedures. Why do we ask what went wrong? Because this is like arithmetic. When we ask this question, we can realize what's missing. All of this is part of the same pillars. We did things right, such as ethical recruitment programs. We protected the families, which is part of our social protection topic, open dialogue. The cards for border working, which is a part of it, but what are we lacking? This can enable us to prioritize the topics. The weaknesses are related with the institution's capacity, lack of follow-up, labor inspection, access to social plans, little time for recreation. This will allow us to continue working on plans. And again, this is something very basic. When we have more participation from all stakeholders, we will have something very interesting. We will do a brief exercise now to understand how we're going to analyze each one of the problems. But before that exercise, I wanted to explain the methodology, and I want to share with you a small story, a short story. This story is related to recycling. A soft drink company in our countries realized that recycling was a very good business because of plastic. When it's recycled, it has a lower cost to produce instead of raw material. But what happened in the collection centers when they received plastic, there was not enough plastic so that they could do the transition. But it was something that was convenient financially for the environment and the corporate goals. And it seemed well, it sounds simple. What would you do if you were the CEO of that company or the general manager? You can just say it from your table. I need to have more plastic, but there is not enough plastic in the collection centers. Promote recycling campaigns. Anybody else? Shelves or containers in public places. Pay people to collect them. What did the company do? First, they did the two things that you mentioned first. They said, okay, we're going to launch campaigns to get people to recycle more. What happened? The number of plastic bottles did not increase in their collection centers. Why? Because there is a process to get the bottles to the collection center. Those that were responsible for solid waste in the cities is the government that didn't have any motivation to do that. Who did this? The recyclers. They took things. So they moved to the next point. Recycler is the person who brings this to the collection center and they earn a living that way. So I'm going to pay them a little bit more for the plastic bottles so that they are motivated to bring them. What do you think happened? Did it improve? No, it got worse. Why? They paid a little bit more, and the motivation then for these recycle, they are giving me more money, so I'm going to collect more. So it kind of worked, but they didn't realize that they were part of a cycle, a system. They were not only recycling plastic, also they work with cardboard and paper, and the paper industry depends completely on recycling, different from the soft drinks. So the recycler said, I will increase my prices, and they started a price war until the PET recycle was even more expensive than the raw material. The benefit that they expected to have at the beginning was completely lost because they didn't see the whole dynamic of the system. They just saw a small part of it. What is the objective of this story? Social problems are complex and they're linked. We see this in all the comments that you have mentioned. When we speak about one activity, we're not talking about one pillar, we're talking about all of them and different participants. The way in which we need to analyze the problems in order to create a plan is in a systematic way that allows us to understand the relationship between one problem and another. I will offer a simple methodology, and I am sure that many of you know how can we address these complex issues. This is a simple diagram for issues, and what we try to explain here is how the population works. It has cycles. If I have more population, I have more births. And if I have more births, I have more people. And if I have more people, I have more deaths. And if I have more deaths, I have less people. Make sense? Any questions? Next slide, please. What I'm going to ask from you right now is we are going to move into 6 groups. I will let you know how. And for each group, we're going to work on one of these activities. The lack of information in labor and migration, the creation of credentials, and we're going to map this. We're going to try and understand the problem and all its complexity. Maybe we won't have enough time, but these are interesting discussions that we must start. I'm going to start with one example: unequal participation for women. What we need to answer here is how many women are part of the programs. What do we need to do to get more women there? Where are job offers that are open for both genders? And what do we need to have more job offers? Well, we need to include more sectors. Also, awareness in the private sector. And how do we do this? More awareness in the private sector? Well, with more cooperation with different institutions, and not only speaking about labor and with gender. And how do we do that? With the gender approach. And we do that with interagency cooperation. This will let us see that the issue that we had, and this is one example. Whoever sees this say, oh, that's simple. All companies that are hiring, let's provide a course on gender approach. This will not solve the problem. We need to understand what's behind this issue to take actions that are specific. I'm going to point at people. This table, I will count you from 1 to 6. Please take the number, and then all number ones will join one working group, and we'll work on number 1. We will give you markers and a flip chart for the discussion, and I will circulate around the room to check if there is any question. And the most important thing is we do not need an entire description. We can add numbers and do simulations if we want. But the idea here is the possibility of discussing the relevance of a problem. So I'm going to start with this table with our colleague from Belize.
6. Ok, yo voy pasando.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y 6. Y las mesas van a ser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y 6. Sí.
Vamos a dejar esto puesto, pero les recuerdo, es el que está en rojo. La mesa 1 va
We
a
will leave this on, but table 1, table 2, homologation, table 1, development of institutional capacities, number 2, homologation of competencies, 3, portability of social security, 4, and so on and so forth.
Sí. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco.
Lo que dice la teoría es que cuando logramos cerrar el bucle, es cuando tenemos el conocimiento completo del problema. Si no logramos...
We managed to close the curve. We know the problem, but if we don't close it, we still don't know the problem. That's the idea. We close and we go by table to tell us about your experience and what things you learned from the processes. I know that you are quite committed with your discussions, but we have to stop, otherwise the moment we have the tables, we will be able to discuss a lot, but for now, we have to stop.
Okay. Atención.
Please, attention, we have to stop, so we will go table by table. I know that the conversations are, but if we don't stop working, we will be able to what our colleagues say. Like the table tell us, or telling us the findings, what to talk about their experience, and how do you see the problem currently, and if it is the same as before analyzed it. Good morning.
La pregunta, yo creo que sí, estábamos todos
We were talking about limited information in terms of labor migration, and we contributed with some elements that we saw in our countries. And we thought, well, we have these limitations, and we discovered that we do have these limitations. I can list them. He said that in this process of limited information, there are no regulation frameworks that allow us to have regulation frameworks that allow us to improve, and that the information is the institution. The other thing is the disconnection between the stakeholders, and there is no mechanism to communicate the different countries. There is limited information. So we think this is one of the we have the digital gap that are platform. Is one of the biggest examples. There is no access to platforms that can direct these institutions and even the employers to get information that countries could get a workforce and people not already participating in this labor migration program. So these are the challenges that we have. Labor migration studies. It's important that we have the challenge that we have to generate the information that allows us to know more about migration statistics and the common vision about labor migration. We have to say, to generate the joint information, we have to share the information because this allows to generate good practices, and you have to understand what other countries do and what can I replicate to improve. Because normally when we talk about limited information, normally what we say is, well, let's do more study. But that is more relevant. How did you do? How did you feel in the exercise? Well, we could go on. We agree with table 1, lack of information, data, numbers, and the first point. You need not that is what the cold number. We know that. It is important to have and we have to have the occupation. We talk about professionals in Netherlands, so sometimes we have to validate those intersectoral dialogue. Not only public private institutions to see what's happening on how this brings us to the next point, improvements in systems, bureaucracy, we could have a joint investment program. In the innovation conversations where I never heard the academians, but if the academia is organized and there is scientific diplomacy, this could help. Good afternoon. We had representatives from Nicaragua, El Salvador, IOM, and table 3. Social portability, we identified that pension regimes are there, but for the people who go to work to the US, but the family is not covered. So the consequence is that we don't have social security portability. We have a crazy idea. We talked about the possibility that there are agreements between countries. We know that the worker, in this case the US, has higher salaries than what we have here. Panama, if you have a minimum wage of $700 and you go to the US with a salary of $1,000, you could come to an agreement, and the salary has to cover Social Security and the health care. In the US, they ask if they have dependents, yes, but they are in the country of origin. So the difference from the division of these $1,000 could be given to Social Security. Like a win-win, we have double protection for the family and children. And when they come back, apart from the competencies that he acquired, he didn't stop with the contributions for Social Security. And did you see the situation very differently than before the exercise?
Sí, entender si analizando el problema de esta manera,
Analyzing the problem,
un tema nuevo que no se les había
did you
ocurrido,
find any new issue, any new topic?
De solución al problema. Es decir, sin duda entrar en contacto con las instituciones como la caja de
Institutions such as the Social Security Institute, we should focus on an agreement and then to get in touch with the specialists in the country of origin and get them involved.
Entonces, pasemos a la otra mesa. ¿Qué nos puede comentar?
What can you tell us?
Falta de diálogo social.
Migration governance. What new elements did you find? What findings are there? It is interesting about the key stakeholders by subject. We should not call everybody to the table, but only involve the sectors that really are going to contribute to the table. We talked about the good definition of the stakeholders. Could be central unions, agriculture, livestock union, migrant workers union. They should have representatives. And the business centers that benefit from the migrants' work, we talk about getting institutions involved, institutions from the public sector, those that have to do with integration of migrants in the destination country, and what is the minimum integration. We talked about education, health, employment, and recreation. And in the destination countries of origin, sometimes we don't publicize the programs that are there for regular migration. And we should have more coordination and regular migration programs with the destination countries. And also the trust that there has to be the government and private entities. They should know that they won't be scammed, but there is a trust.
Ahí llegaron a un nivel bien interesante.
You
Yo creo
came to an interesting level. One step higher, and you will find yourselves in a cyclic conversation. If we focus more, we have results. We have to have a more streamlined conversation per sector. This is gender. We had a long discussion about gender, and we identified different responses or things that we could do at the government level in coordination with the civil society. And to incentivize the training of women in areas usually for men. We talked about professional training, technical training, and in other sectors that are not recognized as such, like domestic work. And the clear example is the US. They have a visa that allows women to access this, men and women to access this type of employment, but employers are not aware that they don't incentivize their migration methods. And the rights and the countries of origin destination, and the agreements or treaties that we've ratified. We also talked about empowerment of women regarding the rights, that they are informed through cooperatives for migrants or information centers for migrants focus on gender. Thank you. I just want to reiterate the first point, incentivizing training of women. You have to empower them and to make them see that they can go to another country to conduct activities that normally men do. It is possible that they can carry out those activities, and there has to be awareness work so that they know that they have the capacity to do it. I will not go to another country only for the activities that people usually do. They can do other work, like construction work, and other activities. Normally, the concept has been that those who do these jobs are men. We go to the last group. We belong to 5. We talked about the irregular labor migration. We came up with different items with some underlying ideas based on the experience of some countries and sectors where there are good practices with regular employment, with regular migration, and this could be used for the irregular migration sector. The first item is to work with people who have to supervise respect of the rights of the workers in terms of inspections and protection of labor rights. About the employers, so we need to promote in some sectors, private sectors, that they can do activities, practices in terms of human rights. And we talked about some cases in with Walmart. That same dynamics of the employers and self-regulation, we saw it related to the supply chain and the value chain. This has to do with the role of the consumer, how to generate value for commercial activities regarding consumers of certain products or services. They can generate good practices for labor migration and eliminate irregularities. Can have communication between the countries of origin and destination. We saw that that communication has to generate recommendations and actions to different systems, consulates, labor departments, organizations, those coordinations that are also necessary. I want to add that we are representatives of the government of El Salvador. We don't have an influence on the inspections of the US, but we can let them know what we know. So we have to have that communication so that labor rights of workers are respected. Coordination for protection actions, the state, the workers, and the employers. We have WhatsApp groups for that. We want to know where the problems are coming from. We listen to the problems and then we communicate them to the destination country, and perhaps there could be some changes in public policies. And in this multi-sectoral approach, we see that the consumer can have an important role. It has happened in other parts of the world as good practices that we can bring to our countries to motivate education in that sense. And to disseminate the knowledge about the rights of people in irregular migrants. The irregular condition of a migrant is not equivalent to violation of human rights. We have to transfer this knowledge. Also, recognition of employers with good practices. We should not only highlight what is being done that is wrong, but also employers who comply with the law, and perhaps they go beyond the regulations. And one thing is fighting irregular migration, but you have to promote the regular migration. We have to promote the good things that are happening in regular migration so that we reduce irregular migration. Lastly, We have to promote spaces for dialogue and regional coordination for multiple sector in political and economic dialogues. We have to speak the same language in many sectors. This includes public policies, but also economic elements. Thank you, everyone. I want to close with a couple of thoughts. So the first is how difficult it is to discuss the problems without thinking of solutions. It was difficult, and you have to do this and you have to do this, but hold on. First of all, we have to understand the relationships, the complexity of the problem, the resources that we have. And this is one of the complicated things. And that's why this process is long. We could finish the plan today, but that's not the idea. The second thought is that it was evident that the first solution is normally what help us to solve the entire problem. So we could come to the conclusion that there are more problems than what we initially identified. If you have filled out the survey, maybe you want to fill it out. You have identified that maybe there are not new problems, but maybe you see the complexity of the problem and that we have to take advantage of the process of the plan besides the plan in itself. We will have a series of actions within the framework of some rolling principles and axes or pillars that we can adopt to solve problems. But if we continue this methodology, we will have a lot of small activities that perhaps we can execute once. Perhaps we will think that we needed a gender perspective that we hadn't noticed before. We don't need to finalize the plan in order to implement it. We can start the actions now. The process is useful to formalize the lines of thoughts, but the design is something that can help us to identify short-term ideas that we can adopt right now. It's not easy. This is an example. Simulated, it has numbers. It's been done through a software, and it took 5 days to understand the agricultural migration problem. If you feel that it was difficult, yeah, that's difficult. That's the idea. This is a summary of what is next. I will contact you to ask you to fill out the survey, the exercise, rather, of the main problems and distribute it within the actors you consider relevant and share the information, contact information of those institutions that we should interview in order to strengthen the plan and that we can solve the questions. It doesn't have to be one of the stakeholders that we usually invite. It could be an NGO, somebody whose plans are similar to ours. And in the next 4 to 6 weeks, I will contact you individually. It depends on how much information I have available, but I will contact some of you to fill up information gaps. This exercise is more or less the idea to discuss all the findings as well. It's interesting that as the plan moves forward, perhaps due to the situation of your countries, due to your experience, perhaps you think that you would like to be there so that we can consider it. Is there any questions from the people online? Okay. If there are no more questions, I will finish here and I will leave my email if you want to contact me. I will be here for the rest of the day and I'm excited to start this process with you. Sometimes we forget that our job helps people to have a better life. So it is interesting and exciting to have ambitious projects that help people to have a better quality of life. Thank you. Thank you, Miguel. Now we will go to lunch. Please join us in that room to have lunch, and the participants online, thank you for your participation and we'll see you in an hour.
Ahora continuaremos con...
Good afternoon. We will continue with the last segment of this forum, which will be a panel on the labor migration program from El Salvador, and we will have here 4 people that benefited from the program, and we would like to welcome them and also to our moderator. Good afternoon to all. This is a very special section. We almost never have the possibility of organizing this, and thanks to the great support of the PPT, especially Elsie and her team. And it is true to say that this is a difficult session. Second day, and after lunch, people so sleepy or wants to leave, but I hope that we will keep you alert with the stories and the advice of our friends that we have here. They have participated in the program of labor mobility here in El Salvador. So these are life experiences, and without question, they will be giving us a specific idea of what this program meant to their families, and especially what could be improved. We want to learn from them who experienced it directly. We are going to start. This is a panel of approximately 1 hour and a half. We are delayed in the agenda, but we have so much to learn. So I will now give each one of you the microphone so that you can explain who you are, what's your name, where did you work, and when. Good afternoon to all. My name is Ada Juarez. I am 33 years old, and I was in Branson, Missouri, working in the Hotel Love of the Ozark, and I was 3 months in housekeeping from October to December. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Excel René Cervellón. I am 25 years old and currently I study, and on my free time I work in agriculture. I had the opportunity of being part of the program from October to December last year. My job in Continental Flora Green Company was collecting raw material to create flower pots in Christmas. And due to my studies, I was responsible for the payroll of all the Salvadorian friends and colleagues that were working with me as part of the same program, and also from others that came from Mexico and Guatemala. So it was a nice experience in a period of 2 months. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nelson Omar Lobos Aguilar. I'm 39 years old. I was part of the group that traveled to Mississippi from January to May 15. I came back 2 weeks ago. I worked in a company that packages roots of plants used for decoration. Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be here. Esaú Ismael Tovar is my name. I had the opportunity of traveling to the United States, to the state of Colorado. I worked in the Hotel Brookmore, and I worked in the kitchen as a chef. I left on September 9th and I came back in January 5th. Hopefully, our experience can be useful. I believe that now it's clear who we are talking to. I would like to let you know that if you hear someone that is speaking, we have simultaneous interpretation for people that are joining us virtually. It's not that somebody is talking and not paying attention to what they're saying. So I would like to start with the first question. We have some questions that will be the same question for all of you. And can we please try to answer in 2 or 3 minutes so we all have the opportunity of opening the floor for questions? So the first question is the following. Considering that you participated in this program of labor mobility, participants would like to know what has been your experience in this program and how this changed your work life. Let's start with Ana. Thank you. In my case, the experience has been rewarding and very good because I had worked before, well, here cleaning in the area of maintenance as well as the last few years. I had worked in the area of audiovisual. The change that this program made was that it challenged me to learn new things. It was a challenge because I'm a mother of 2, so leaving my children for me, it was something very difficult to do. I have a 2-year-old girl, so it was definitely a challenge. And also to fight the prejudice of society that a woman cannot be abroad and alone. So it was a challenge for me to show the skills that I have as a woman and as a worker and as a Salvadorian as well, and be able to perform well in this area. It was a great change, a great experience in my life, and a challenge of learning new things, new skills, learn about other cultures, and meet new people. Would you like to share with us what you're doing right now once you return, after returning? When I came back, I sell coffee. I have tried to invest in that sometimes it is difficult to sell, but little by little, we are doing it together with my family. And I'm also spending more time with my children and learning more things. So for me, I tried to practice English. I had basic knowledge, but it's too basic for the needs I found there. So it's a challenge for me trying to learn on my own. Thank you, Anna. The same question for you. I think that for all of us, this has been a marvelous experience. All we can remember is how gratifying it's been to participate. I want to say that is a great experience, and one of the ways in which I benefited from this is because agriculture has been a tradition in my family. To learn that it has value outside of my country makes me very happy. I study, but I can also value the work that my family has been doing for years. My work abroad was related to the field. It was gardening, but there are things similar among them. So it has been great to see how useful your knowledge is, because sometimes we don't value what we do, or there is no formal recognition, but it has a value and is useful in other countries. Thank you. You are underlining things that are important. Anna mentions that need to be an empowered woman, and the opportunity of being independent is to say, I am capable, I will go, and leaving aside the prejudice that exists in many societies. And what Excella told us is how great it was to realize that something you do has a value and is of great importance. You see this if you leave your country, because here you see it as something normal, but when you travel outside your country, you see it in a way that you didn't before. It was an excellent experience at the beginning. It was difficult because the 3 times that I have been able to travel thanks to this program, it's been in moments when we have to be near our family, Christmas, and to be far away in those special holidays is difficult. We just call to say Merry Christmas, just a video call. It is difficult, but it's important that we remember that we are there to improve the economy, to carry out the projects that we have. I am grateful for this program. It has been great for me, and not only for me, but also for my family as well. A great experience. And I trust that we can have this opportunity again, and that we hope that many nationals from countries present here may have the opportunity of experiencing this outside of our country. Thank you. I heard the experience that my colleagues had, and I think that we can all be clear. We all have a clear idea of the opportunity that we had. I thank God. I talked with him about this opportunity and with my dad, and my dad said, in your hands you have an opportunity that thousands of people only wish for, and they don't have it for some reason. God allowed you to have this opportunity. We've had the opportunity of being there and walk around like if we were citizens of that place. In my experience, I worked in the kitchen. I was a chef. I traveled by bus. I walked around the streets. It's so rewarding for me to know that we all have this opportunity. There are many that risk their lives and spend large amounts of money, and they lose their lives along the way. So we are grateful to the people that coordinate that this happens. Salvadorians, we are known. Like a video that we saw, a Mexican friend said that Mexicans said the Salvadorans are chulos, or great to work and great at work. We are always willing to stand up for our flag and our country. When I returned, I am waiting for her to visit me in my business because you said you were going to visit me. I have a business close by. Thanks to the opportunity that I had, I have employees now in my business. I could buy a car and build my house, and I continue my studies. But not in school. I am studying English. There are so many opportunities that are now open for us. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eder and Esau, for these comments. I wanted to highlight what Eder said. Being able to face all advantages, to have access, a well-paid, interesting job, but the disadvantage of leaving behind a family, especially during holidays, and have to be away from home during Christmas. It's not as simple. Thank you for mentioning this because it's something that people need to consider. And Esau, what you mentioned was the fact that this job is necessary and you can do it in a regular way. Now that we have alternatives, it can be done in a regular manner and the doors are open. Thank you very much. So now I will ask the second question. Now I'm going to focus on how specific the program is. how the program is carried out. What can you tell me about the benefits and the things that could be improved in the program? And we will start with Ana again. In my case, what I thought about things that could be improved. Well, for me, communication is very important. I believe that one of the things that is basic in these situations is that when people are selected and they inform the person about the processes, the procedures, the requirements, for me, what is one of the most important, and the other one is similar, which is the support for the people who are living in another country. I had the experience that somebody called us. They said that they were going to visit us when we were working. Unfortunately, this person wasn't available. This person could not visit us, but we felt safe because there was someone supporting us or calling us, keeping an eye on us. It's important to know that we have support from our country, to know how we are doing at the workplace, but also what the company says about us, so that they know how we are doing in our jobs. I believe that these are one of the most important. These are some of the most important, and also selecting people that have returned, giving us new opportunities to continue working. These would be the most important things for me that the program could improve. Communication, that is something that was mentioned these 2 days that we have been working, and we have seen this as IOM, and we've seen that it's a very important subject, not only within the region, but also outside the region. How can we reach people that are potential labor migrants? Not everybody that is interested has access to information. As a matter of fact, we have seen that even though the communication and information should be free, this is not the case. Many have to pay for the information. Clearly, this is something that shouldn't happen as part of an extortion. We have to work more on that. Thank you, Ana. Excellent. Speaking about the benefits, of course, I will speak from my experience. I highlight the opportunity of traveling safely. A job is waiting for you. I think that is one of the greatest benefits. Secondly, your family knows that you are part of a program, that you are abiding by the law, and you have all the benefits. And also, I would like to emphasize that traveling this way, you don't have to leave your work or whatever you are doing in your country. I would say that I also studied, and last year I was taking classes, but I left from El Salvador to US, and all my classes, assessments, everything was online. The company that I was working for allowed me to keep studying online. I took my class later, and even when I had a test, I had the opportunity of taking the test. I wanted to mention these benefits. This is based on my experience. it's not like you're leaving your country and you're leaving everything behind. No, it's a good experience, and I can share this with everybody that I can talk to. If I had to improve something in that program, possibly it would be information that all people that need this type of program would have access to the information, and that this is not limited to those that have already a profile that is already determined. Studies, for example, because in remote areas, in communities outside the urban area, well, they have a difficult time having access to this information. I live in a rural area, so I found out about this because I was part of Facebook groups. However, there are others that do not have a degree, but they do have the professional profile that may be needed abroad. They do not have a certification saying that they can cook or that they can do gardening or that they are farmers. However, their skills make them the professionals that are needed, and it would be useful for them to learn about these programs. And this would prevent that only people that have a certification or a degree to be selected. Yes, the point that you mentioned is very important and very relevant. There are many who are skilled, not necessarily with a specialty, but people that can become professionals in a short amount of time if they have the possibility. I think that this is also linked with the presentation that Fabio did this morning, Fabio Jimenez, about the labor mobility skills and the possibility of creating training centers that respond to the need, but not only the country needs, but also the destination country.
We have to increase the capacity those who just finished a university course or a professional course. Thank you. The benefits of this program, in my case, it's one of the things that our colleague discussed. It's very gratifying that this type of program considers us farmers from the rural area. We've had the opportunity to show in other countries what we can do as Salvadorans. And with the support given to us by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thank you. The moment we get into this process, we receive support for the visa approval and the support for when we travel. At the time when we get to the airport, they receive us. We don't speak good English, but if we go to an airport, we don't know what to do. But the consulate staff, they provide us support from the moment we get to the airport. I discussed with my colleague that they could follow up on us, the people who have acquired this experience and opportunity. There are thousands of people who want this opportunity in this program, but we would like to continue to have this opportunity to participate in this program. In my case, I work for a company that works with us from December to May, but from May to November, I am unemployed. So we should get other opportunities with other companies during that period so that we could travel and work twice a year in this great country, the US, or any country who can give us the opportunity and then open opportunities for people who are behind us. Thank you, Evet. During these days, we saw that the different countries of the region are making big efforts to achieve what you propose, which is to develop new ways, regular and safe ways to get to the countries in the region, North America, to do this so that you have the possibility to fill up your gaps and also to involve those who haven't had the possibility. When we discussed last week, you said that for your position, there were 50,000 people. So there is a lot of people trying to participate. Thank you. Regarding the benefits, we can see in the labor market in our own country. There's a benefit for us with this project. No companies that I know will give you a trip, a home, transport. We know that here you have to pay everything, the criminal records, bring the curriculum, pay transport, food. So this is a huge benefit. I would say that everything comes with a job because many companies don't do it or don't want to do it. But this is a benefit for us because many of us who want to work, we really feel that it's a huge effort and a huge benefit for us. Your benefit is to know that you will get to a safe place. Somebody will be with you if you have an accident or something in the laws on their side. And people, whatever their contributions for social security or anything like that, it is really going to the right hands. Another thing is the areas of improvement, communication with people who have returned. Respectfully, I can say that I know that all of you, all of us, we have other things to do than paying attention to the project, but sometimes there is uncertainty. We think, are we going to go back? And nobody says anything. We don't know what is happening. They don't like us anymore. Things like that, because I cannot say they are at fault because there are many things behind the people who are working on this. There has to be someone else, and they cannot always be focused on the labor mobility program. I know that, but perhaps we could have more communication. He said that the company used to get in touch with him in order to go through the process so that he could go back. So Just the panelists, I just want to let you know this is my suggestion for improvement. If there is any way that as countries get together in communication, that we could have that communication with companies. Say that I went to Colorado. They got in touch with us so that we can go back. But similarly, they got in touch with us. But the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can get in touch with them in Brunmo. Do you want us to send you the workers again? And they can say, perhaps it sounds a bit exaggerated. But yeah, it's very clear what you are saying. It's what we feel. And I can tell you, I am extremely thankful with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having opened this opportunity for me, because never in my life I thought that I would pursue the American dream and even regular legal manner. And there are certain things that are a difficulty to be with the family, not knowing what is going to happen, because some colleagues, persons came back maybe divorced, because everything can happen. Remember that over there, so many things happen, even here. But the hotel told us, I came back in January. They said on March 15, we will get in touch with you. March, April, but yesterday they got in touch with a colleague, and not everybody will go back. So that uncertainty. Not long ago, there were some interviews in the Barcelona hotel. I think it's been 15 days. I know that all of you have a lot of things to do, not only checking on us from the program, but that uncertainty that we have. What happened? Do they want me, or they don't want me anymore? They didn't say anything, or should I get another job because it's been 6 months? Thank you. Thank you for your honesty. We appreciate it. I want to highlight some advantages that you pointed out. The fact that you can participate in this kind of exchange, it gives you the peace of mind that you get over there. Everything is fixed, there is an agreement, you are safe. And this is, I think, something that you cannot quantify the value, but the uncertainty of a person when they come back, I think that we have to underline that government institutions that work in these programs, they depend on the will of the employers. We can be proactive, this helps. We maybe should not just wait, but if you have to consider that it's not always so simple, because they and their needs also change. So this is something that we have to consider as a challenge, because we as a United Nations organization, we speak regularly to the employers, and their needs or the number of workers that they need changes for the place where they need them. This is not so relevant here. We need people there. We have a full plan of there. So this is also a challenge for the police, because I am sure that they like to repeat and offer the same, but it's something that doesn't come so easily. But thank you so much, and we go to the next question, which is regarding the family. We would like to know what benefits and challenges you have seen in your families, considering that Ada has small children, that you have a family with grandparents and all, that they miss you, and the fact that you leave them during the program. We would like to know if the benefits, not necessarily money benefits, but what they saw as an advantage, and your comments about this. In my case, they were happy as a family, and also my husband. The fact that I got the opportunity of participating in this, to go to another country, these are things that you can even imagine, but thank God it happened. It was a big surprise, and I am very grateful because we could improve as a family. And something that got better for me is the fact that I left my children. It's a painful moment, and people who have children, mothers will understand me. Mothers, for mothers, it is more complicated to make this decision, but if you are brave, if there is another person supporting you, encouraging you to take the good opportunity, and this is good because we see that as a couple, we are going in a good path. A change is that we have a better communication as a family, as a couple, and this is something extremely important. Also, the support. We could see the support. I saw the support of my husband and children. They said, "Mom, don't worry, we are okay." And it's difficult, but it's gratifying to see how we've grown through this opportunity. And the other thing is, if you look at the material side of it, in my case, it was a great opportunity because I could finish to pay the land that me and my husband buy. We have been married for many years, but we didn't have the opportunity to have something of our own. But we could pay for the land. We continued to do the construction, and I am very happy and thankful for this opportunity. And it's amazing because I said there are so many people who would like to have this opportunity, and luckily I got it, and we can show as women, Salvadoran women, we can show our work, our strength, our bravery to thrive for our family and to put the name of the country up. Thank you for this. We have to highlight this a deep consideration that you made, because you speak about a challenge, but the challenge results in something in an improvement. And clearly this splits or divides a family, a couple, but out of this, there is an improvement in engagement, in the support that a person can receive from her partner and children. And it's a commitment. It's something difficult that receives a positive response. It's like a balance. It's a sacrifice, but a benefit for the family as well. A big benefit that you receive, something good comes out of it. The opportunity that we get to work abroad and have stability at home as well. A positive experience. Then we go to Excel. When you are close to your family, sometimes getting out of the country could be a big challenge. And maybe you won't see it as a benefit if you are used to seeing them every day. But one of the benefits that I highlight, benefits for my family, is the peace of mind that I go in the best conditions, and that everything that I'm going to do is supported by someone, and in a short period I will be there and they will have news that I am okay. And I think it's been exciting for them because, as I said, the traditional work of them has been agriculture. And they saw that me as a member of the family go there out of the country, specifically thanks to what I've learned through the agriculture and to put that to work outside of the country. This reminds you that everything they've done during their lives has been very important. And also have been person who's breaking the tradition of working only in agriculture. I'm also educating myself. It's a challenge in the country to develop yourself professionally. However, for my family, it's been gratifying to see that I have not abandoned my studies, and part of what I've learned, I've gone and put it to practice outside of the country. And for them, it is gratifying to see that my labor future is not uncertain. I can continue to work in the country and outside of the country. I am 2 days away from going out again thanks to the program. So this adds to the dreams and goals that we have as a family, and this gives peace of mind to them that we can get a future where all the family can be benefited. My personal goals and my family goals, we've always wanted to have a family restaurant. Of course, Tusa's restaurant. That should be the main dish. So I think that this represents a benefit for my family because they see this opportunity as something that gets you closer to your dream. All of them are involved. So it's not a benefit only for me, but also for my family. And it's not necessarily something material, but it's a feeling that they are happy about the things that I'm achieving. Thank you so much, Excel. I was writing what you said because what you said is very profound. The peace of mind that your family have to know that you are in a labor program which is organized, and they can be happy that everything will go well, because For migrant workers, irregular workers, things are not like that. And then the gratification that they get from the fact that you are doing something different with nicer horizons, and leads us to motivation to continue to do this in a proper manner and to fulfill a dream. I would like to visit your restaurant. I hope you're not joking, because I am a big fan of pupusas. Nelson, within the difficulties is the difficult thing is to separate from the family, the wife, the kids, and to know that you'll be away from them for some time. But aside from that, you have been blessed what you receive, and in my personal life, it helped me a lot. Everything happens because God wants it to happen. Sometimes it's difficult to understand in difficult times why, and sometimes we are selfish. But it was a blessing, a huge blessing for me, because as my colleague here, I had been with my wife. I had been with her since 2007, and I was renting for about 10 years with my children because we didn't have the possibility to have our own house or to buy land. There was a time, God knows why things happened. We were outside of the house, and they said that our home was on fire and we lost absolutely everything. Somebody gave us a place to stay for 6 months, and my mother-in-law gave us land, and I took a loan to build the walls of my house, and I couldn't finish. And luckily, this opportunity came up, and during that time, I lost my job in El Salvador. I could not find a job. Luckily, I got the opportunity to travel with this program at the end of 2019. When I traveled at the end of 2019, the bank came to the house and said that they were going to recover the land because I hadn't paid the loan for a year because of bank employment. Luckily, thanks to this opportunity, I could get the money and I could pay the mortgage of the house. And with the trip of last year, I continue with the house project with this trip as well. And it's been gratifying because now I can tell my children, this is your rule. And my wife was very brave because she's with me so far. It's difficult when I travel. I have to leave my wife with my children because she has skin cancer and bone cancer, but she keeps fighting. And she says, darling, when you are there, I'll take care of our children so that our dreams are fulfilled. And she always thanks God and the program and Foreign Affairs for extending the program. And like my colleagues, there are many people who have stories to tell, but we thank our families because they stay back, and if without their support, we would not have had this opportunity. Thank you so much, Nelson, for your honesty. It's not easy to share such personal things, so we appreciate that because it gives us an idea of the depth of what it means for you to have the possibility everything that happened to you and the great satisfaction of coming back and say we have done it. Thank you so much for sharing this. Please go ahead, Saul. In my case, the benefits mainly have been gratifying with my family, my wife, because I've been with her for 9 years. Well, really 15. But we've been married for 9 years. That's different. We had never separated. I had never been away from her. I have 2 children. One is 9, and I have a 1-year-old little girl. The most difficult thing is when you leave. Go to the car that will take you to the airport and not to look back because you are already crying. That's the most difficult thing. But you know that you are safe, that is for the good of your family, and it's because God allows it. When you come back, you can see monetary benefit, but if you want time, send with. If your spouse wants time, you can say, send him through the program. Also, emotional benefits. My wife, luckily, she's with me. I can say women are wonderful, especially mine. How to administer money. Thank God there is Facebook and WhatsApp. We've been in touch during the time I was there. And that phone is not lost, and that communication is not lost. And this is one of the best benefits for all of us, because remember that you are over there, you switch off the phone and you disappear for the rest of the people. But now, you even know where you are. Emotional closeness. You don't have to be away, even if you are in a different place. So, the feeling comes back. I missed you, your children are crying, she didn't know me. My son as well. They can see the monetary benefits. That's the case. Yes, can see the benefits. I can buy this. We can have this. With my wife, we have this business, and we can afford to buy certain things that other people cannot, because God has allowed us to have them thanks to this program. And we can think and analyze and build a better future for us, for our families, and for our country, because That's the reason of this program. Thank you.
Sau, para darnos la posibilidad de reír también.
For the opportunity of breaking the ice and smile. I believe that from your intervention, I would like to highlight the importance of social media, really, because this gives us the possibility of us migrants. I'm Italian, but I live in Costa Rica, and it's the opportunity of keeping in constant communication. Yes, the idea of being part of the lives of our loved ones. I wonder what happened before. Maybe there were more divorces compared to today. Thanks to this, we are able to keep daily communication. For example, sometimes I study, I am able to do the homework with my son thanks to social media, really, which gives us the possibility of having this connection. I would like to ask one last question and just 1 minute for the answer. I would like to know if you could share with us something that could improve in the application process. When you apply for this program, how can this be more simple, or is it great? You didn't find any kind of difficulty, so that you can, so all countries present in the room can benefit from this, because we have representatives from 13 countries. So it would be interesting to know, how did you feel that the process was? In my case, the process went well. I learned about this opportunity through the pastor in the church. He said that the link, I filled out the information, and after some time I thought that nobody was going to contact me, but they did. They contacted me, they asked additional information from me and all requirements.
Quizás sí haya como más, como les comentaba anteriormente, un poco más de comunicación, más información.
Hopefully we would have access to more information or communication. Maybe others can relate to my experiences. Sometimes we don't know if this is real, if the person that's calling us is something fake. So we would hope to have additional information. Yes, more information. And once we are selected, then we would hope to receive all the information possible. They told me, yes, you were selected, but that's all. We are wondering, who is this person? What am I going to do there? They said, no, they will tell you when you get there. So we are not really able to tell our family details about the process. I've heard others that have received a call, but in the interviews, well, they have an appointment, but sometimes people that are interviewing them are not clear, or they do not really respect the person, or take advantage of the need that people have to work. So I have heard a colleague that she was mistreated. In my personal experience, that did not happen. They provided me with the required information. Everything went well. I sent the information. They gave me general information, but maybe the experience for others was different. It is necessary to have more information. I know more because I already went through the process. Thank you.
Puede ser una idea sería poner una pequeña encuesta, ¿no?
Maybe a survey,
¿Sabes cuando se telefona a la banca, al banco, que te dicen, ¿le pueden enviar una pequeña encuesta?
like when the bank tells you, can I send you a brief survey to check if the service provided by the person that took care of your case was okay? Well, in my experience,
recalco que debería de haber mayor identidad de las organizaciones o ministerios que proveen la facilidad para estudios. Es decir,
we should know the ministries and institutions who provide this information. It was complicated for me to understand how to start with the process. Who should I talk to first? I believe that if there is only one institution in the country that you can apply, that you can go to and apply, or is there an NGO that has the ability to fill your application for you and avoid any confusing information? We should be able to know who we should talk to, and I have family members in the US, and my process began in the consulate office in Seattle. They informed us about the companies that were going to offer jobs to foreigners, so I was able to apply in that way. I didn't know if to fill out that application, I had to go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Labor. I never had clear information on how to start. Now I do understand, and I think that is something that should be improved. Communication, 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 very clear. I believe that we are on the right path. We see this in various countries. There are bottlenecks that we can definitely improve. Thank you. One of the things in which we could improve where we come from in rural areas, there are people that have the skills to apply to this program. Unfortunately, the life in the countryside is not easy. Not everybody has access to a cell phone that has the latest technology, and they would not be able to apply through a link, or they may not have the money to pay so that somebody could fill out the application for them using a rented computer. It would be important that each representative of the country takes this into consideration. Choose specific places in the country. Just an office that could help out people that may not know how to write or how to read, but they could definitely do their job in the United States or other countries. Thank you. Very important point, the possibility of offer the opportunity to apply to all, and not everybody have the ability to do this virtually. We have information centers in other countries. These are just small offices. Some are mobile and others are stationed. They provide these types of support. We should check where in El Salvador they are located, and we should do that for the other countries like Guatemala. Communication, I would say. I can briefly share this with you. When I learned about this, the news that we get from Google, from the browser. This was mentioned in the news. The program was mentioned in the news for the program for United States and Canada. The problem is that I just saw it one morning when I saw the Google ads, Google News. And the question was, do you want to work in the US? And I clicked on the ad. Fill out this with your information, you can participate. I filled it out, but I was uncertain. It was a 50-50 chance. Then I received a message, an email. Thank you for participating. Now you must await for our call. I thought it was spam or something like that. When we don't know, in time they called me. The person identified saying, I call you from NGO such and such, and I thought, who is calling me and why? Do they want me to donate money? No, we're calling you because you applied for the program of, and he explained, and we invite you to a Zoom meeting. I joined. He was clear in everything that he explained. The only thing that I think that he missed was that we had to pay for a visa. He didn't say that someone who were part of the program, included at least in the program. Working with the other company that called us to fill out the form and may be able to apply for a visa, they said, we need you to bring $190 to pay for the visa. And I wondered, they never told me. And I tell you this, excuse me. We were uncertain because nobody had mentioned that before. But when I was there, I was talking to my wife, and I never told her that we had to pay because, well, you know, a friend of mine said they are scamming people. Due to the lack of communication or lack of information, well, I understand that there are thousands of people applying, probably many people every day. But because of that, some may think that they're part of a scam. Many told me, no, that is a scam. Many told me that I shouldn't believe. Information, more information is what I would say. And be specific. Thank you, Esau. So communication and clarity. Again, I would like to thank this wonderful panel. Thank you for your honest experiences and for such inspiring experiences. We now open the floor for questions from the audience. I believe that online we have a question.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Y como bien decía, muchos teníamos mucha expectativa con este panel. Muchas gracias por la
Thank you for trusting us. Like the moderator said, thank you for sharing personal issues. We learned so much because we are in a position in which we cannot go through the experience. Even though we actively participate in the process, going through the experience the way that you have is not possible for us. We try to improve, and for this purpose, I want to ask you questions. For example, the young man that will travel for a second time, what can we do better so that this experience can mean? I don't know if you see this in a family process. If you see that your sons and daughters will want to apply something like this or not, I want to understand if this is just a phase for you, or if you believe that the rest of your family would continue doing this, or what things we could offer that we do not offer right now, but it would mean great support for you. Now, the members of the panel can answer this question. Well, I believe that one of the expectations that I have now that I'm going to travel for a second time, I hope this program can move forward. I hope that it is not temporary for me. I will travel this year and I would like to continue doing it. I hope that this is an opportunity that would be available for my brothers. As a matter of fact, one of my siblings is traveling with me. I would hope that this opportunity that I've had with this program is not only for me, but that it is available for others, my nephews, and that it is an opportunity for people that truly need it, for those that are needing for a door to open and that they can develop themselves and then they can inherit well-being or that they can achieve well-being. I hope that this program can move to other generations, bringing comprehensive development for all. Yes, and in a regular way. He asked about migration. Well, that's what I understood. I see it this way. Part of what I was saying is that this will improve the country and our countries, because we return, this is a process. I learned about this opportunity just 1 year ago. I have friends that left the United States and they tell me about their experience, and trust me, it feels like I'm hearing a horror story. They killed someone, or the smuggler raped her. That person had children, family, parents, somebody that was waiting for them. The way to stop this is if we continue with these programs. The more people learn about this, and if we continue to do this, we will see the benefit of it, because then people won't have the need to migrate in an irregular way. People wouldn't risk their lives. Now they have an opportunity. I have the opportunity of go there and return and travel safely. This is how we can stop irregular migration. This has taken time, generation after generation, until we can't stop it because it's so big. This is why everything that we've seen has happened. So many people killed recently. I think we all learned about what happened in Texas. And I say this respectfully. In a Facebook comment I read, the killer Why did they have to say that? Latin Americans are here. Well, we are hard workers. We make an effort to better ourselves. I think that this can be achieved with the innovation of this program. Thank you. Another question? Yes, please go ahead. We can take just one more question. Thank you, Marco Rodriguez from Mexico, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I am also grateful. Thank you for trusting us and sharing personal experiences with us. I have three questions. Three specific questions. One is about the time that you spent there. Would you like for that to be less time or more time? Secondly, additional to the support when you were applying, did you have any guidance on financial education, for example, or empowerment for women or integration, like Anna was saying? And the last one is also related to this. What was the perception of rights and gender approach? Did you witness any discrimination or in gender, this process of including women? Was it recognized that a woman could do everything a man could do? These are the three questions that I have. Thank you very much again. Thank you. In my case, the first question regarding the period of time, I went from October to December, 3 months. I would hope to 6 months. I think that that would be okay. I feel safe because we're traveling legally and safe, and because we know that we are going to return and come home to our families. This is one of the greatest advantages of this program, that we have the opportunity of traveling and then coming back home to our families. This is very important, and the reason why we have the strength of working far away from our families. 6 months, I think, is a good period of time. And of course, hoping for the opportunity of going back. Where I was working for them, the best season, and I think that this happens in many states, is from June to December, so it would be a benefit for me. Between 3 and 6 months, I have colleagues that want to stay more, and that will depend on each person's case, but between 3 and 6 months would be okay for me. In my case, about rights, the support is required for people working abroad. It's important for them to know what we're going through. We don't have anybody to talk to, or we can't ask. So the support is required for the employee and the employer. We had questions about the salary or the hours that we're going to work. I had a colleague that wanted to know if she was going to get paid more because some of our colleagues earn more. And wondered if we stay, if we work overtime, is that going to, are we going to earn the same amount of money? So it would be great to have the support of someone from our country that understands the benefits from the employer. Some places offer housing free of charge and others ask for payment. So more support would be great. And I can say in my case that they were respectful with us, as women. We were 4 women and they congratulated us for the work and they were very happy with our work. 4 Salvadorians and they liked the way we worked, the way we did things. They gave us housing and they liked how we kept the rooms. We were able to show that we can work, do a good job, even though we're women. Sometimes people think that we can't, but we were able to prove to them that we are able to do this. Thank you, Ada. I agree with her regarding the time to stay abroad. For us, it's easier to plan what we want to achieve when we have a specific amount of time that we're going to work. It is easier to work 6 months and come back and have the necessary resources for my project back to my country. I think that that is an important point that would really be a benefit if the program was for 6 consecutive months in a year. And about the financial or advisory or education, I always receive my payment according to the law. But there are always situations where we don't understand if they are following the law or if they take advantage of something. And this is regarding the holidays that we need to work when we are there. If you're a foreigner, they should pay, or if it's applicable, they should pay for this holiday. They should be paid the same way that they would earn it if they're in the country. They have double payment. That should be applied to foreigners as well. We are legally there and meeting all the requirements. And our finances, all the discounts, taxes, or pay your medical insurance should be the same. There shouldn't be a difference. And something that we don't know, there's not support for that.
Now about the taxes that the government gets from you, because we said we will make this, but the check reflected less amount, and then they said that this is for this taxes or insurance. So there should be information. There should be information by the companies. And regarding respect, I cannot complain. However, I think it's not a disrespect related to gender, but sometimes it's towards people who don't speak the language or cannot write the language, and so there should be policies so that there is respect for people who don't speak the language or don't write the language. 1 minute, because we are very close to the end. I will try to be brief. I would say that 6 months is good, because then you can organize yourself, do what you have to do over there and do what you have to do at home. Because sometimes some colleagues, they wanted to stay because there is a possibility something could happen with that because it's not the same to earn $300 and $2,500 a month. It's very different. So we all see that difference of being there in time. You think about the numbers and regarding respect. They were very respectful with me, despite the fact that I could see certain discrimination. I don't know from which country, but I could see it for not speaking the language and for being Latino. So I don't agree with them establishing policies, and they are the employees, and I cannot say, well, in my employee book says that you cannot say this and this and this, because then there should be a special clause with them. So maybe we cannot do anything there, but well, there is a discrimination quite a lot. I won't lie. I saw it. I didn't experience it, but I saw it. Because there are people of color, Latinos, and I could see it. There is some discrimination because of the way we speak and our countries of origin, but in my case, they were very respectful. Thank you so much. And so this is it. I think that we need to give a big round of applause to this third panel. And we should thank everyone for being here. We can go and we give the possibility to close this second session.
Hola, perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias de nuevo.
Thank you again, Mr. Nelson. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences. How we will close this forum on programs for labor mobility, and for that I will give the floor to Elsie Vasquez, head of the Labor Mobility Department. We have received a lot. We even got marriage counseling. Thank you for sharing. When we listen to the comments of our users, well, but if this doesn't happen, how will we go? So this has been very beneficial. Thank you. And when we listen to them, we see all the different points that we have been discussing during the forum. We heard experts and employers, and in the end, having the final users of these mechanisms, you can say we haven't wasted our time during these 2 days. We have thought about it, we have built, I have so many notes of what we have to do. From what Fabio mentioned in Switzerland, all the way to what you said. And I won't give you a summary, but regardless of the number of graphs and how complex the graphs are, how complex administrative processes can be, how long the sessions for construction of policies. In the end, we understand that this is about people, and this is one of the main things that we have to reconfirm. The labor mobility processes, they have to be managed in the entire cycle from the beginning. Sometimes we as civil servants who are here working on that day by day, understanding the legislation is difficult. We read them and reread them. Things like what I said, we have to go back to the law. But from that point of view, what happens in the country of origin and the country of destination, our work in transit, sometimes we talk about labor mobility and we don't speak about transit. And it's also important because we are speaking about experiences and we've all traveled and we know what happens at the airports. And the destination, the perspective of the employer, but also how people live those integration processes that we can facilitate in the return. There is a big challenge there. How to measure the impact, but also how to make those processes permanent. It's not that when you have a grandson, you can tell him, I had a labor mobility experience, but then I don't remember what happened. But as you said, that we can make these processes sustainable for everyone. And the issue of rights has come out constantly. And perhaps I was shocked yesterday when you realize it's not only about speaking to the workers, we have to also talk to the companies. And it's something that I take away, and we will go and try to find those mechanisms. How do I sit with the employer with a coffee and we talk an hour about rights? This is a big challenge, how to empower our populations in terms of governance. And we've said it. How to empower, how to strengthen capacity, how to facilitate the processes so that they are adapted to the labor mobility dynamics. They have challenged us lately, and we've seen how it is possible to make them flexible so that whatever happens, it does not affect anyone involved, so that we don't affect anyone. So labor migration is an answer for many of the challenges that we have. How, as a state, we can rise to the challenge. In terms of sustainability, is the work of everybody. If we work together, we make it work more and better. On behalf of the pro tempore presidency, I want to thank you for this first face-to-face exercise of the working group of labor migration. It's been enriching for us, especially for us, the host, all the contributions and questions, and these are questions that will stay there resonating and will make us work. So thank you to the authorities, thank you for accompanying us, and thank you to the technical secretariat. It's been an intense week. I think we will think twice about two different events in the same week. But thank you for all the support. IOM has been with us, ILO, and of course, all the civil servants that we find here from the different countries. I will just close with three things. One, the value of work of the migrant people. There's no doubt. Two, the value of honest dialogue, the courage of listening to each other. And lastly, the fact that the macroeconomic analysis are important to get to know the labor market. The administrative processes are important, but in the end, I am sure that everybody here, we are here because we know that we are contributing to transform lives, families, communities. So thank you so much, and that's it today.
Muchas gracias, Elsie. Y ahora tengo el
Elsie,
placer
and now I have the pleasure to our colleague Nicola Graviano, head of the mission of IOM, so that he gives her the final remarks.
Muchas gracias, Fiorella. La verdad es que es duro hablar después del cierre de Elsie. La próxima vez tenemos que
To
invertir
speak
el valor,
after
porque el
Elsie's
tuyo es más,
closing,
mucho
we have to
mejor del mío. El mío era más aburrido.
revert
Entonces, la próxima
the
vez lo quiero hacer
order. Next time, I want to speak first.
Bueno, como
So, IOM, I want to thank you for your time, availability, the work that you've done. It's been a long week. You've worked a lot. Thank you for taking the time to come here and be with us. It's been intense days, days of learning, exchange, and I think we need it after 2 tough years where all this was missing. Thank you to the director of the Labor Mobility Program in the Ministry of Diaspora and Mobility. Thank you to all the participants, the colleagues from IOM who organized this workshop. Thank you to the interpreters who have worked during these 2 days. Thank you to everyone again. From my side, as a head of mission of IOM, it's a pleasure to do this workshop on mobility. And I want to close referring to what the General Director of IOM, William Swing, is no longer with us. He passed away last year. He said this about the migration. Migration is unavoidable, it's necessary, and it's desirable if it happens in an orderly fashion. There was no global compact by then, but if he was here with us, he would say if migration is organized, safe, and regular, it's good. And this means that the migration is not a problem, it's an opportunity, and it's a fact. It has existed, it exists, and will continue to exist. So we shouldn't see it as a problem, but as an opportunity that we have to take advantage of so that everyone benefits from it. There are advanced countries who need more workforce, or there are less advanced countries that have surplus of a workforce and they need to export this workforce, and that there is an opportunity to make this match that can help everyone, the receiving countries and the countries of origin, if things are done properly. We talked about data. First day, we've seen that there are more men traveling migrants, regular migrants, but their migration, labor migration, is becoming a phenomenon of women, and we have to highlight that. We've seen the experiences of the three countries, Guatemala, Mexico, and Honduras. We've seen their achievements, their challenges, opportunities. We've talked about good practices, the recruitment. We've heard about the employers, and we've highlighted the importance of consulting the private sector with a fundamental factor in migration, labor migration. Seen effort in the bilateral agreements to cover all the migration cycle and to involve and involve all the sectors in this cycle. We've talked about mobility associations, skills, and we've highlighted the importance of working with the governments, with the employers, with the migrants, and with the associations that represent them, to listen to them and to take them into consideration in the design of migration, to consider all the needs and points of view, and to promote a positive dialogue. We've seen how CRM has made efforts towards this plan of labor mobility, considering actors in our society, like higher participation of women in the labor market. And lastly, we've heard from the workers, and we've listened to data, trends, and remittances, which is very important, but in the end, we are talking about human lives. We are talking about the human experiences and dreams. We all, as migrants, we've had them at some point. We've heard about challenges, achievements, things that go wrong, things that go right, highs and lows that affect migrant workers as well. They face important challenges because they work in labor conditions and emotional conditions that are a bit more difficult than ours, that are around these tables. I've talked about the compact for orderly, safe, regular migration globally, which has given us the key messages, objectives, and the objectives for sustainable development and the Agenda 2030, where migration has an important role, and labor migration. We've talked about all this, but I think in the end, what we've done in these 2 days is to talk about a better world with opportunities for all of us. So I want to leave you with this positive message, and with the hope that we can continue to work together, joining efforts for a better world with better opportunities. All of us. Thank you.
Gracias, Nicola, y gracias, Elsie.
Nicola.
Bueno, con eso cerramos este evento.
Close this event with this, and for those who are here, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Ask you to join us for the group picture, and the people who are online, thank you so much also for being with us, and be well.